I must be on. Says this call is now being recorded. Can you hear me?
Okay. Jeff. The microphone or
My microphone's off. I'm not hearing anything.
or
I'm gonna have to go in, plug in my phone.
you move out. And with, I'll make your phone charger over here.
Hi, Linda.
Well, hello, how are you?
Good.
Y'all make me to move. Yeah. There's that, right?
I'm charger.
Phone, sure. I- Well, if I try to, hey, yes, over there, I'll find you.
I'm not hearing you.
You want this? No,
Plug in so I can go back over here.
yeah, I'm going. So hopefully, we'll see, we'll see. The clergy offering some patients.
Thank you very much. I have a B. Ballas.
Hello, I wanted to address my council members. Earlier I hadn't signed up, so this is my memo to the budget. My question is the budget lady, the council, the mayor. Maybe we can have maybe a 3.5 is not enough. Maybe 5 is too much. How about 4%, for the budget? Let's just kind of average it out. But I think what's important is that we have enough for our budget and a little surplus, because you never know what's going to happen. And if anyone doesn't need or want tax increase, that would be me. Any kind of increase is a hardship on me. But we need to keep the city running, city services. But yet, the mayor has a good idea on keeping expenses minimum. So anything like that can come on. If the tax situation, if we can build up a reserve this year and then it works out, how about lowering the taxes? I've never heard of a lowering of taxes. If we have a sufficient surplus, we can start dropping the taxes. That would be awesome. So instead of addressing each of you singly, I want you to see it. And thank you for your service. You've got lots of company. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Trey.
I'm good, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That concludes then the comments. I asked, so there's been discussion, last meeting, we formally formed the financial transparency and security task force. I believe we'll be considering some nominations tonight. My nominee is Gary Courier, and all it is really just recognizing the fact that he's been out there doing this for a while, and so that I'm outside and throwing rocks in, getting inside, throwing rocks out. But Gary, I've only met him recently, really, in the picture of things. Quite impressed. Very sharp guy. Asks a lot of good questions. I've asked him to come and give us a brief presentation on what he's been doing and what he hopes to continue to do under the committee. His bio says the
It's on the presentation.
under the presentation.
Yeah.
He's a attorney and a CPA all in one. So I don't know what his hourly rate is, but it's gonna be.
And I'm boring at two professions.
So we have that PowerPoint section. Gary.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
So you just the change pages of this. How do we go with this?
Just like next, just like next. Yeah.
That's the other one.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, I review this up, I'd like to thank the council for letting me speak today. And I hope as our opening act, the city council and the valley budget stuff. It was very enjoyable.
You have to ask just a couple more seconds because it's going on memory stick.
Well, first of all, I think there are a lot of citizens in Blanco that are concerned about financial transparency and also the integrity of the Blanco, City of Blanco financial statements. And every day, I like to preface those remarks by first recognizing that there's been a great deal of progress made in the last few years in the city's financial situation, both software and personnel. Sasha has done a great job, and one can just tell the improvements being made in both areas, the accuracy and fairness and also the financial transparency. But now is not the time to stop that progress. We need to continue to bring that progress to it. One measure of the transparency situation that excites me is transparency is not, a binary measurement. You're not either transparent or not transparent. There's various degrees. And the comptroller has set forth what they consider minimal standards that a municipal entity must meet to be considered as transparent. And unfortunately, the city of Blanco does not meet those standards, but it's really easy for them to achieve that standard. Next slide, please. And a little overview on the Transparency Star program, which is what the comptroller has set forth these minimal standards of transparency. Next slide. Basically, it's a program that's already awarded 212 cities, school districts, and other municipality organizations their Transparency Star, recognition that these entities at least maintain a minimal standard of transparency. Interesting enough, no governmental entity in Blanco, county, school district, any city, it has met the qualifications. I don't even know if they've applied for it. But, and there's actually 5 different transparency stars that can be awarded. There are financial transitional finances, which what most entities or most governmental entities achieve, and that's what we're going to aim for. But there's also ways to get stars in contracting, procurement, economic development, public pensions, and debt obligations. And yeah, that might be something to look at down the road. The purpose of the financial traditional finance transparency stars provide clear and meaningful financial information, not only for posting financial documents, but also through summaries, visual aids, and downloadable data and other relevant information. And I like to summarize the requirements of the transparency star into 2 areas. One is they want to show the support to the people. And then second, then they want you to present the trees. And when I go to Ford's next slide, it's basically, there are the requirements that they want to show a entity to show in visual formats. And it looks very intimidating, expenditure, the total per capita, et cetera, et cetera. But in the next few slides, you'll see that it's easily attainable. Just taking the information that's out there and presenting it in a manner that someone who, citizen who may not be as familiar with the traditional financial statements can gain an overall understanding of how the city operates on financial matters. The first one is the Forest Department that's basically showing the expenditure and revenues by capita. I must admit, I got lazy. I got tired of digging through the city of Blanco's financial, so I don't know how you do it, Sasha, all the time. But I just used the city of Brady as an example. Brady is a very small town, a population of 5,000, and they have their transparent. And if anyone's interested to see what a transparent city looks like, check out their website. You can learn in just a half hour on their website more about this town, their town, than you can spending 50 hours on our website. So the next slide, please. Other visualizations that are like property tax rate for 100 evaluation. And as we go to the next slide, that's how one of the requirements is met. Simple bar chart that shows how much revenues are per capita, how much their expenses per capita. And I'm not sure exactly the number, but I think it's a fair representation. But that's all. That's all the Contro's requirement on look at the forest on that particular issue. The next slide shows another important thing is that they want the city to put their tax rates in graphic form. What the city of Blanco does right now is links to PDFs with minutes where they talk about the tax rates. That means you have to go in, click each link, and then try to figure out. There's the 1 year that the tax rate didn't go up, it's not really stated in the minutes. What was the tax rate adopted that year? You know how I got the best information with that chart? The County Appraisal District website. One page, here are all the tax rates for the city of Blanco, also all the school districts in the county. The city of Blanco website, no. Okay, so the forest, pretty easy to take. All they want is visualizations of information that's, for the most part, already on the website, but make it easy to read. Second, talking about the trees formats, and it sounds difficult. They want to budget for the current fiscal year and for preceding fiscal years. We say, oh, well, we got that on the website. No, you've got links to PDFs of minutes where they were adopted. And I'll say right now, first of all, in the legal profession, there's such a thing called discovery when you're in lawsuits. If the other side asks for information, you're supposed to present it to them to achieve a fair trial. The best way to throw off your opponent, bury them in PDF documents. Don't get their answer. And that's what the city transparency has been today. A PDF document, 50 pages. That's not very transparent. So if you look at the other city websites, what they have is nice spreadsheets showing budget line by line, not only for the current year, but for both years. there you can see trends. You know, how much have we been spending on this, that, or the other thing over the last years. Also, another requirement is audited financial statements for the last 5 years. On the city's website, we've only got the last 3 years. There's 2 years missing. And I will note on the 3 years they have been posted. The last 2 years of that, the audit report made specific references to reports that the auditor also made about internal controls and other issues affecting the city and county. And they say in the audit reports, this is very important to our audit report. Yet those reports, called management reports, aren't even posted on the website. Well, they were the year before, 3 years back. And that report was the one that pointed out the problems with the accounting system that wasn't used by the county. And he said to me, he said, oh, the city said, hey, see what happens when you post those management reports? It points out these glaring problems, and we had to spend a lot of money to fix it, so we won't post those management reports anymore. That's what it's saying with them. Why not post reports? Also, I've learned recently that in addition to the regular audit, there's also the city has to do what's called a single audit. Since the city spends a certain amount of federal funds, it has to have an audit done just to report how it uses those funds. The reason I just found out about it, well, that those single audits aren't posted online. And that's like free. One of the parts for the comptrollers is they say, well, raw format budget for the current fiscal year should be presented. That sounds intimidating, right? What we saw earlier in the budget worksheet, that's what the comptroller wants. That's what the citizens want. Not 50 pages of PDFs. The council, I'm sure y'all recognize how great those spreadsheets were. Great work in preparing those. Very insightful, very helpful. Can you imagine trying to do that budget with 50 pages of PDFs? That's what you're asking the citizens to do, to learn about the city's finances by going through PDFs. The tools are there, the equipment's there. It's really easy, I imagine, for our finance director to be able to print out the necessary spreadsheets for past year. We're asking, put that on the city's website and requirements met. Another one is that the requirement is raw format check registers for the last 3 complete fiscal years. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? Basically, the comptroller says the city should post its check register, every dollar it spends every month, on the website. Look at the city of Brady. They do it. It's really easy to follow, real easy to do. I know that the software that the city currently uses makes it really easy to upload that on a monthly basis to a spreadsheet. But it's enough raw data to keep any person interested in the finances of the city busy for days going through all that raw data. That's all we need. With the financial transparency committee and greater transparency can actually result in more cost savings for the city. Right now, I imagine a lot of time is spent responding to public information requests because citizens don't know the answers to certain questions. What can they and how can they do it? How can they get those answers? The only time is to respond. Can we go back? I'm sorry. Back one slide, please. There. More. There we go. So if taxpayers' questions are already answered on the website, they don't need to follow up with additional public information reports. Also, the committee can serve as a free resource available for the finance director, for the city administrator, and for the city council for any help they need in the financial area. Basically, the finances of the city are getting more complicated. As the city grows, I imagine that the city will be getting more grant funds to deal with the water issue. With grant funds, oftentimes have different accounting requirements, different audits. Right now, if the finance director needs help the only parties I'm aware of being available are the outside auditors who charge for the services. The city of Blanco has many, or will have several, financial experts or professionals who are willing to volunteer their time to assist the finance director and the council for any additional backup that we help. Also, by helping present the financial statements in a more compliant manner, that helps the outside audit costs. Basically, a lot of the outside audit cost is a matter of auditor coming in and saying, hey, we need to make these changes or make these adjusting journal entries in order to get the financial statements to pass the audit. They do that in a year. But if the committee is active in helping the finance director, making sure that it's the interim financial statements that we'll talk about in a minute are already in compliance. When you add up those interim financial statements, the annual financial statements are going to be in compliance. You cut the word of the auditor and save money to the comptroller. Right now, we're paying twice as much to outside auditors because the books or the financial records of the city were in such bad shape that the auditor, didn't want to do it for that amount anymore because in the past it took them a great deal to be able to complete the audit. Next page, please, or next next slide. I said additional financial transparency is necessary. There have been great improvements made in the last few years, but there seems to be, kind of a plateau. We need the extra push that I think the Finance Transparency and Security Committee is to achieve that certification with the comptroller. And I think, and I hope that will springboard other agencies in the county to follow the lead. And there was one point I want to make. I mean, this is just one thing that popped up, is to say, hey, there are still questions out there. Recently, the city started posting the interim financial statements online. Beautiful. That is great. That is some of the best movement on financial transparency, more immediate information about the financial situation of the city done instead of on the annual financial statements, which the only other information ever presented is the audited annual statements, which aren't line by line items. They're just categorized by departments, and you don't get it until it's like a year and a half after it happens. But the problem is that finance director has a lot on the plate. If you had, someone to help with those, make sure that they're in compliance and they pass just a cynic's look at it, like, what is that number? Why is this? The first quarter that the interim financial statements were produced, it resulted in showing that the first quarter there was $156,000 deficiency in the general fund and $350,000 in the water fund. That's $500,000. So then, on an annual basis, the city is losing $2 million. That's outrageous. Next quarter comes along, and the second quarter, all of a sudden, those numbers are better. It's only $68,000 deficit in the general fund, and we have a $2,700 surplus for the water fund. Oh, that's a lot better than projected $2 million loss. Great, but when you look at the details and what the numbers came up with, there were 3 items that were classified in that quarter statement as negative expenses. In county, you can't have negative expenses. You only have negative expenses is if you put the number in wrong or something funny is going on. And one of the negative expenses was like $115,000 negative expense by Infomark. It's like, wait a minute, they've been positive expenses all along. How is that a negative? It's only after looking at the Infomark contract for another reason a while back. Yes, I have no line. And there is a provision in that contract, I'm sure the city council knows about it, that allows the city to get a refund of some of their expenses if the Infomark expenses are less than they anticipated. And I'm guessing that's what happened. There was a refund. But from an accounting standpoint, you don't show that as a negative expense. You show it as what they call a contra expense item. refund from service provider. It looks all for above board. And not only does it look better, in the financial statement that Crawford done, it's something the city could be proud of. I mean, if it wasn't buried in these financial statements, it should be the front page of the webpage. Hey, we got a big refund from Amazon because of some clause we put in there that was practically negotiated. And then there's a couple other items, what stuff they are. CIP water 2020 also showing us negative expenses. But if you look over in the previous quarter, well, they're classified as loan on a revenue and expense. What? And if you look at the previous quarter, they're on the right, they're the same numbers, but they're on the positive side. So I'm guessing it was like a correcting entry or something. For some reason, the first quarter number should have been posted. But once again, John, I don't know. I first thought it was the height of $2 million deficit. But by having a transparency committee be able to assist the finance director reviewing these things, looking at it from a six point of view, we make sure that the interim financial statements are correct and also prevent the questions before coming out. I mean, you see the questions like, hey, if I'm a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, I have a question about this financial statement. Let's answer that. So, what is this expense? And prevent the question and have a more greater transparency and integrity of statements. The only thing I would like to close with is, if I can sum up this long, boring presentation, one thing, I'd point to the finance director's spreadsheets that she did that help y'all and say, we, the public, demand those. That's all we want. The same knowledge, the same information that y'all are basing your decisions on, so that we can also evaluate and give our inputs on it. So, that's all I have. We'll still have any questions.
I've got a question. With the formation of this committee, what do you anticipate time requirements for participation and assistance from our accounting staff on a monthly or weekly basis, and how much of their time do you think this is going to take?
Well, I think initially that there would be maybe a 1 to 2 hour commitment to give the committee or members of the committee an overview of how the accounting is set up, what internal controls are there. And then from that, very minimal. In fact, we hope to actually save time for the finance director.
Okay, so it wouldn't be birds.
I do not believe so. And she correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking, if the city would like to present, or the committee would like to present financial statements on a certain way, that all we have to do is ask finance director to print us off a spreadsheet. Most accounting programs, you go to say we'll print just for the financial statements. You got the option. You want to print it on an HP or you want to print it as a spreadsheet. Say, print a spreadsheet, send it over, let us look it over, fix it up, present it back to you, and hey, this is our finance, our proposed interim financial statement, prepared in a way that we hope to ease any reservations by people reading it.
And do you have an estimate on the time period it would take to retain the certification? Talking about years? What we're talking
No, from the time period once the information is actually posted online until the comptroller gives a thumbs up on it. But I don't imagine it being more than a couple of months to actually get the information presented, ready to upload to the website, and then the application submitted to the comptroller.
And it may be another 6 months or something for them to review. No,
I have no idea what the time frame for turnaround on the comptroller.
once if we do obtain the certification, what are the other benefits? I understand it's going to be create transparency. We're going to have this sparse notification. Does it help us with our bonding rating? Does it help us with any of the, what are some of the other advantages?
Well, certainly the cost savings that we hope to bring to the financial area, but also, I mean, it's not transparency there, but any other financial help that the committee can offer. If she needs help in reviewing business statements or auditing, those, we certainly, present. But the main result, the main benefit of the transparency is already increased public confidence in the integrity of the system.
And that certification means you're up to that standard.
Right. That you can say, yes, we are transparent. The comptroller says it.
Have you done this before with another city or anything?
No. What I do in my press, I review a lot of financial statements. I have a tax practice where clients, will send in their financial statements. I look at it from a cynic point. If I'm an IRS on an agent, I'm looking at your financial statement. What question I'm going to raise, if I get you in trouble. Also, I recommend on clients who are investors that receive all sorts of financial statements from various entities. And there, I'm reviewing it to see, hey, how safe or secure is this proposed investment anyway? So if I see a financial statement, I'm skeptical.
You're the guy out on my shoebox too, and so here it is. All my data. Yeah.
You're be one of my better clients. You can see what a shoebox. You look at it, back of grocery bags.
Tasha, you have any questions for him?
Well, thank you very much.
Gary, thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary.
Appreciate it. Staff presentations, Mr. Juris, staff presentation.
Gonna pass on this since I've already started.
Okay, cool, thank you, sir. Chief.
We have the monthly report in front of you again, things, ebbs and tides, think about, we all talk about speeding citations around. We have one assault on the month. I do want to bring, you have this topic in front of you, put something out on Facebook, try to let, city management, they should know. So this morning, approximately 8:45, we had a walk-in, I guess a run-in at the police department. It was reported that he just, on a track to carjack his vehicle at the Lewis. Gave us a description. Officer went looking for them. They eventually fled on foot. Two young Hispanic males. Officer located them. Foot chase began. Officer got one of them. The other one continued on. A new direction of travel. And first it was just me looking for the individual. While this is going on, we had a second report that the individuals that tried to contact on earlier at Subway. It was just a delayed report. Same vehicle description, same person description. Ultimately, as the van towards trainer area, and the second individual was apprehended as one of them. They said both are juveniles, and both were being transported to Havis Henry, which is the closest juvenile beds that we could take. So that was real time today. And sometimes I feel like important things like that, we wait till next month. It's more than a number. So, actually,
are you able to tell us the residency of the juveniles? Are they from Winter?
No. The vehicle was stolen from San Antonio. One juvenile that would identify himself was out of San Antonio, and we know that because he was listed as a missing person normally. And the other one refused to say anything to us other than he wanted to see EMS because and EMS, he was there's nothing wrong. So we eventually just trying to get the name and address. So when I got done with it, we believe they were both out of San Antonio, but it's possibly one of them was actually from Boston. But the vehicle was stolen out of San Antonio.
Did they have weapons?
So the report came out as armed when it initially came out over the radio. The walk-in didn't know what they had, but they did threaten to shoot him, but he did not see a weapon. The second call from Subway reported that they were armed. After They drove from Subway to Lowe's to then the foot pursuit. We didn't find any weapons. Checking with the witnesses themselves, the witnesses did not actually see a weapon, or not the witnesses. Yeah, I'm gonna get witnesses. That's a new legal term. The victims did not report seeing a weapon. A witness who called in thought that they had saw a weapon, but it wasn't confirmed. So until we had them all in custody, we were under the belief that they were armed.
Thank you, Chief. All right, moving on, consent agenda. We have the minutes from June 13th budget workshop, 13th regular meeting, and the June 27th special meeting and budget workshop. Yes.
A suggestion of our.
Yeah, so she's asking that, Tim's suggestion that whoever makes the motion to pass this also add in excusing Keith's absence on the last, this meeting and last.
There's an excuse absence due to his illness.
I collected from here, I've seen it.
I read the minutes, it was last night late, but I saw nothing that.
Okay.
I'd be happy to move that we approve the consent agenda with the addition of an excuse, a medical excuse for Councilmember Keith McClellan. It has to. Thanks.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, okay. Passes unanimously. Old business. This is about Baked Genius, their exterior appearance. Basically, they have submitted a request to sample a window tint. They were asked to do so. This is what they came up with. Bottom line is tonight we can either approve this and be done, or roll the dice.
So context, as you remember, maybe about a year ago or so, teams of council put together a ordinance restricting certain types of use, vape, within certain feet of church, school, and there was a restriction. And then Vape Genius requested basically vested rights. You in turn then decided that instead of vested rights, we go into an agreement with them, which is a facade agreement, signage, that sort of thing. So where we're at right now with this is they've gone back and forth on a facade improvement, and the final issue is there was a group that met, which is the mayor, the chief, and Councilman Smith, to look at whether that grayscale, that final piece, which is whether that's acceptable. The group decided it wasn't acceptable, but at this point, it may be advised to get back to you as council to decide if that's acceptable. I'm going to say that the administration will have a problem with the grayscale that is shown.
Councilmember Smith. I guess basically the way I believe it was formed was that it required unanimous approval of it. I did not approve it. So, I was the only one that voted, but that was sufficient to mix it. I will say that we invited the owner back. We solicited, to get it brought back to us with another sample with the hopes that we could find a reasonable solution. That is something apparently he is refusing to do. Is that correct?
I can tell you at the moment, that's correct.
Okay, so
I would, however,
yes,
taking off on the mayor's comment about rolling the dice, I would suggest that before you take a vote tonight, we have a discussion in executive session so that council understands the ups and downs of that roll of the dice.
Right.
I have some moment. I'm tired of hearing about this. Let's let these people run their business. I motion that we approve all business item number 1. Everybody second that?
Approve the tent that's been suggested.
It's been submitted and we allow this to be approved. Everybody second.
The motion to put this to bed, to accept the tent that's been proposed and move on. Second.
I withdraw my motion. Thank you.
We can table it and discuss it in executive session and come back afterward. Okay. Next, there's 3 change orders I had asked. They further dig in and confirm. I know Damon has been looking at this, for example, the force main. This is the next item. And you can, and there is potential benefit to drying the sludge out there on site, but there's also a toilet and sink at the water plant that needs to connect to the sewer. The 1-inch pipe that's there now is fully clogged and can't be remediated. So Damon has endorsed this change order to go ahead and do the force main. Is there a presentation on that, or?
It's not a presentation. I have preliminary quotes. It's verbal, still waiting on the hard quote. Significantly less, more than half less, local contractor. So I'm waiting to get that hard quote from him to present it to staff, to present to y'all. And it's potentially going with a 4-inch instead of a 2-inch.
Wow, and at less cost.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So as soon as I get those numbers, I will provide them to city staff.
But by approving this, that's the maximum, and then if we say it's not half.
Yes, sir. Well, but it would be through a different contract.
This is approving, this is just a change order. This would
be a change order to the contract.
So this was not part of the original contract with the contractor. This is an out of scope job that was not included in the original.
Right, I understand, but if we approve change order 12, then that contractor should perform that service, not the third party that you have located.
So how do we, Ken, what's the best way? Do we just approve the project, not as a change order, but as a project?
I would actually take that out and not vote on it tonight.
Okay.
Because he needs to go get his vote finalized and he can vote on that specific item. The reason being, I don't recommend that you vote on something that the contractor could come back later and say, you breached the contract by voting on something outside scope.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I recommend you get this number first and table, if we're talking about item number 2,
Yeah.
I would table that item. That's my recommendation.
Unless there's any objections, I'm gonna table that item, and we'll get the bid and have a proper format to the next.
Okay, do we need to vote on change order 13 and 14?
3 and 4?
Well,
Yeah. 3 is 13 and 4 is 14.
I got you.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, they're just.
Okay, so, the bentonite dosing system is this good to go as it sits? Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was good. I'm sorry. I thought you already voted on this. Yes.
It was tabled to discuss in executive session last time and it didn't come back.
Okay.
Yes, it's actually already been ordered.
Okay.
And it's good to go. We're just waiting.
Okay, any discussion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve old business item number 3, reflecting change order number 13, midnight dosing system. Approved for the change.
Second,
I'll second.
discussion. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. And number 4, we've already discussed this. This is already done. We just need to make it up in our actions here. This was something that was already paid. We have to make it right. So, any discussion on changes from number 4? Make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve all business item number 4, change order number 14, covering the additional cost for PEC electrical drive electrical service.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, new business. Sasha, you're up. The investment policy.
Okay, so the investment policy, I don't remember how old our other one is. I think it's from like 2015 or it's quite old.
17.
17, somewhere between 15 and 17. The Texas Water Board Development, I'll give you a little background. So the Texas Water Board Development came in and they're actually trying to help us out because a lot of our policies are outdated. And if we ever want to get any more loans or anything with the Texas Water Board, we need to kind of part of the transparency thing, I guess you'd say, is update our policies, get them up to where our city is currently now and who we're using, like Texas Clash and things like that. So they are actually paying for Lindsay, who I deal with all the time at Cone Ringsneck. They're paying for her services to help us write up procedures and policies up to date. So we're getting a free service that the Texas Water Board was kind enough to bring in another company to help us get those up to date. So like I said, our current investment policy was between 2015, 2017, the last time it was looked at, and it was way outdated. It didn't reflect anything that we're doing currently. So with, like I said, with Lindsay's help, she sent it over. I looked over it, kind of gave her the information. So that's what we need her to do, go back forward. I give her the information. She creates this wonderful policy that we had. We have sent it to the attorney and
I think we also sent it to, our investment advisor.
Craig Cunningham. So, like I said, Tim and Craig Cunningham have looked over this, and blessed it. It's just updating our policy. And we will have to, even if we don't change it every year, we have to, during budget time, get this, approved every year, even if there is no change.
And I'll just mention the Texas Water Development Board, their program is a voluntary program called CFO to Go. So what we've done is we've voluntarily opened our process to the water board. So that is part of what we're doing, is to fix our investment policy as per their request.
I actually read it. It looks pretty straightforward and nothing controversial about it. Any comments or questions about it?
Well, I guess, we don't have approval or the attorney and our advisor has not finished their review.
They have,
They have.
yes.
And their review.
Yes, I sent it to them and got their blessing before I even sent it to even bring it to you. I wanted to make sure I got their approval.
I see Tim nodding his head on it.
Yes.
Craig Cunningham, the investment advisor also.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve new business item number 1 to take action on amendments of the investment policy.
Move. What you're saying?
I'll second.
Stefan? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. You're still up, Sasha. Tech and email notification software contract.
Okay, I see Rodney over there rubbing his head. We've already had this topic. I know,
I do remember something similar.
I know, it's coming back. So, sorry. I saw him rub his head and I was like, oh, yeah.
No, I'm listening.
He loves paper. He loves paper. I'm just gonna say that. He loves paper. So, everybody who gets their bill, I think in our time period over since I've been here, it was really terrible. People customers getting their bills on time before the deadline. That was a real headache. I think we've kind of in the last few months picked it up a little better to get it to them on time, or if not even earlier, so they have time to pay. But I do have some issues when I have residents come into me, me or my staff into the office, and they're like, well, I still haven't received my bill. And then I have the next resident comes in, I got my bill the next day and we just mailed it out. So I'm like, hey, and then the next one I'm like, yo, so like, what's going on here? Well, I found out, if you have, and I'm not mad at the post office, but I'm not in control of the post office either. I don't work there. I know people have P.O. boxes there and they're getting 6 bills from their neighbors all in one box. Well, I don't sort the mail, so, that's a problem. And then I actually had, I can't remember the resident, but I actually had a resident come in. She paid the bill, didn't pay attention. Her name wasn't on the bill. She just got the bill, was excited, came in and paid it the next month. She's like, why did I get a penalty when she actually got a real bill? And I was like, well, you paid this bill. And sure enough, she paid that wonderful person's bill, the neighbor's bill. And I had to call that neighbor actually and say, you never paid it, but I took it back off and moved it to her account. And so you actually owe a penalty in your bill. And they know they didn't pay the bill. Come on now. You know, it comes every month. So I'm just saying, there's a problem with the mail service of neighbors getting neighbors' bills. I have no control of that. And then some people, it doesn't even, I understand the mail service really, because it won't go to their house and it gets returned to me. And then I called the resident and I said, what is your mailing address? Where does this go? And they said, that's the address we have in the system, and that is the address, but it gets returned. I have no rhyme or reason why that happened. But I know we talk about budget and we're trying to cut back, but this will not cut out your paper invoice. If you still love to get your paper invoice, I will not stop it. I will absolutely try my best, but I can't guarantee post office will get it to you, but I'll try my best to get you your paper copy.
I guess you have my number, but.
But if you want to not have a paper copy and where we can possibly save money, with FundView, we actually have it so where you can get a text or email or both. So you can get to your phone, you click on the link, and it'll kind of like I get my electricity bill, it sends me a little link, and I click on it, shows me how much to do, and then it's going to autograph because I have mine set up on auto. So y'all can do all that here with no fee. We can do the drafting where I draft it from your bank account. We can have it to where you get a text or an email of when your water bill's due and how much. And then I'm going to even prompt you to go on to FastGoPay. And if you have it set up through AutoPay with your debit card or your credit card, then you have it right there and you don't have to rely on the mail service. Then slowly we can start taking the people who don't want the paper copy off our mailing list. And that will save on postage, the paper. So still you might have, half of them get it digitally and the other half. So maybe the first couple of months, it will take a while to get people's emails and their text numbers. But eventually we'll get to knock off some of those ones who don't want the paper. They just want it to where it comes to their phone and they click on a link, or it comes to their email and they click on the link. So the price of this is I got a hold of FundView, and I know I did this back in March, and they gave me a quote, and I said, well, what's the quote going to be now since it's been a few months? And he really likes me, so he kept the quote the same. So I was like, okay, that's good. So this is, it on the quote, it shows March 9th, because I bought this, I think, in March or April. So he did keep everything the same. It would be initially this year, if we put it in next year's budget, whatever y'all want to implement this, it would be $3,400 initially, because we would have to get the training and everybody who has access to FundView trained on that and put on their screen or portal kind of thing. And then, so that's 1,000 of the 3,400, and then the 2,400 is a one-time annual fee yearly to keep this going. So again, so you'll pay 1,000 up front, additionally to the 24, and then after that, the 1,000 goes away because we're trained and we already have the access. And like I said, up front it'll be a little cost, but I think in the long run we'll save on stamps, postage, and the nightmare of customers coming in and paying, which I'm sure that resident loved it, that they didn't have to pay until a month, but the other person who had to pay had penalties. So I waived all that. I got it fixed. But I'm just trying to say, we have no control over the post office. So to save some of that headache and some of the money in the future for the budget, I think this would be a great benefit to who wants to utilize it.
You anticipate it will pay for itself?
I think it will pay for itself. At first, we're still going to have to mail them all out, because I've noticed when I talk to people over the phone, they definitely, I'm like, hey, we need a bill correction, so we'll correct it. I'm like, can I have an email? So right away I get the email, so I can email them a bill, and now we have it saved. But I know most of the citizens don't have an email. It's only when they have a problem, they call, and then I'm like, okay, well, if you need an email, I can email it to you, so I don't have to mail it back out, because that would be more money of printing it, using all the stuff, and then stamping it back out. So if we can utilize that, I think in the long run it would pay for itself, and then it would save the headache of, people getting their bill returned, they didn't get it, or anything like that.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, comments?
I guess the first year is 3,400, and then thereafter is 2,400.
24, yes.
So that's about $23 a meter, something like that.
$22 a year?
Per year. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, man, yeah.
Well, how much is just one single bill going out? We have the outsourcing the paper, the envelope and the stamps, at least $1 probably.
Oh, yes, it's more than a buck.
Yeah, so.
And we were outsourcing it, but when we went, well, we were outsourcing it like at the beginning of this year, and then we took it back to where we actually printed out, like they outsource, they give us kind of like an upload link, and then we can print them here, so we kind of stop it to where they mailed it out from San Antonio, because they go to San Antonio, then they go to Austin, and then they come back, so that was like a takeoff of the post office.
So after the first year, there's 200 citizens a month opting for this would more than pay for.
Correct, and I have a feeling, like, we have tons of citizens, so I know that we can get 200, and then, like I said, the other ones who love the paper, we're gonna keep killing that tree and print your paper, I promise.
How do you disseminate this, when we go forward with this, how do you disseminate that out to the public? You know, print out a.
You can put a note on the bill.
Now the bill.
Yeah, and we can actually, there's an exemption in each customer's file. I can actually go in, once we start to implement this, I'm sure they're gonna train us. I haven't been trained, I haven't seen this module or haven't been trained on it, but I know what I already see. I can go to somebody's bill and say exempt not to print, and it will never print their bill again as long as I have their email. And I'm assuming that's how it's gonna work. We're gonna do, you know, once we put in their email or their phone number or both, because it's all included in this price, so they can have both at the same time at the month. That I'll just exempt their bill, so they don't get a paper copy. So when we actually print them, or if we outsource it, or however we're gonna do it going forward, that we'll have, instead of printing 1,200, we'll only print 600. That's just a scenario.
I'll sign up for 5 of those. We want 5 water bills. Here's your statement. Any more discussion?
I just have a question. So can somebody still receive their paper bill, but also get a notice by email or text?
Yes, they can. They can have all 3 if they like, and I won't let them get a paper copy.
I like my paper bill,
I
but
know you do.
I will say, I think 2,400 is a reasonably nominal fee to add value to the service that we provide, and I think there are citizens who would really appreciate it.
So it would seem that if we do the digital meters, that this system ultimately be pretty darn slick. Huh? The digital meters getting the bill, you know, and then it's very streamlined. Okay, very cool. Do we have a motion?
Mayor. So this will take headaches away from you, but well, down to
It will take headaches away from all of us, not just me, for my whole family.
I motion to approve new business item number 2 for the contract software from OneView for the text and emails.
Second.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Unanimously passes. All right. Thank you, Sasha. Good job once again. Okay, Damon, you're up. Park bench comes back.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So, you know, InfoMark started its journey here March 1st of last year. And since then, we've been so involved with learning the infrastructure and facility needs of the city that I recently realized with the mayor's help and city administrator's help that I'm not doing much in this community. So, we went to coffee with the mayor a couple weeks ago, and there was a representative there from Blanco Women's Club and the Friends of Blanco Library, and they were informing us of all the new free little libraries that were put around town. And of course, InfoMark, then we committed to donate $200 worth of books to the cause. Glad to say those came in last week, and I'm meeting with them tomorrow to give them the books. And if you want to go to the next slide. So then I'm like, okay. I was walking around Benzel Park, and I noticed another need. I said, well, we have this beautiful, go back one. We got this beautiful little mobile library here, but nowhere to sit and read your books next to it. So what I would like to propose is we would like to donate a bench in the spot that you see there. And I would also do a crushed granite pad that would match the walkway for the thing to sit on. And we will also keep in touch with Keep Blanco Beautiful and, work that out. I talked to Pete some today, because what I would like to also do is relocate the trash can to make the reading a little more enjoyable next to the food box.
Oh,
So we would probably move it across the walkway down about 20 feet. Next slide. So the bin I'm proposing is 100% recycled material, makes it eco-friendly, and most of all, it's at no cost to the city. And then we would also like to have for approval to do a small plaque on the back of it, maybe donated by Infomark to the city of Blanco or something to that nature. And that's pretty much it. And we look forward to many more years with the city and finding more ways to be involved in the community.
You joined the chamber too.
We did. We joined the chamber also.
Questions, comments?
Yes, so have you spoken with the Historic Preservation Commission?
I have not.
Okay.
I wanted to tell him thank you for keeping up from Pete Blanco beautiful thing.
That was my next question.
Yes,
Blanco, beautiful.
yes,
on
we-
board.
Okay.
He's bringing me up with it.
I spoke with Pete. He didn't seem to have a problem with what I was proposing. I'll that was okay.
Councilmember Rose, is it something that has to go through the store?
Not necessarily for a COA, but, just it's one of those things that's in the historic district, and if you do anything over changing the wattage in the light bulb outside or anything like that, it pretty much has to go to the historic commission. I recommend it.
So I was just about to vote on this free bench. Are you suggesting that we
Conditional, I would suggest conditionally approving it upon further approval from the historic commission.
sounds like a potential?
Okay. I motion that we approve new business item number 3 for the new park bench at Ben's Howell Park, additionally with the condition being as long as the Historic Preservation Commission approves it. I don't see why we can't.
Second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sure I'll sit on it.
Thank you, Danny.
Okay, talking about the financial transparency and security, there have been some nominations. I know we got one from Councilmember Moses for a member. You met Gary, who's my nominee. I have one other person who has expressed a desire to serve. You may know Dana Bundick. Her husband Jim are the owners of KNC Supply. Dana was a finance director in a small town in Texas for 3.5 years, and she worked in accounting and finance for 30 years. Girl Sharp is on the board of the chamber. She heard what we were doing and contacted me, said she wanted to serve on it. So I'd like to throw her name out there as well as one of my secondary nominees. The other, this is Judy Raven is your nominee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she's the owner of Esperanza Winery, has very long background in accounting. In fact, used to be software supervisor back in the day. Okay, so those, and then there's Yvonne Ramsey. When she emailed this in to us a while back, and this was purchased. Yes, I have not met, so.
She was here, here earlier, but she might have.
She did.
So it's her company that helped fix our AC.
And they're very, very cool, yeah.
She's a vice president of the Blanco Bowling Club. She's a longtime member of the Blanco community. She has children in high school, and she has a bookkeeping background, and she reached out.
Yeah, out of the blue, she reached out, wanted to question. So
So those are everyone's applicants.
well, two of the.
Statements of qualifications that we've gotten, and also Gary's was in the packet.
Gary's in the packet. Gary's my nominee. Judith Raven is Brian's. These two are perhaps as a nominee. Out there.
I've been reconsidering the decision we made last meeting to work. On further thought, I believe the committee's gonna slow us down instead of moving us forward. There have been great improvements to our finance department the last year, and I believe we're only gonna continue to improve. I'm not saying we didn't have problems in the past. we did, but those have been fixed and they're continuing to get fixed. And I think we should focus on moving things forward. I'm afraid that if we form the committee, or before the committee, it's gonna slow down our staff, taking time away from the. And I'm also not seeing staff ask for specific tasks or roles that they need help with. I absolutely think the Transparency Star program is fantastic. I think it's something we should pursue, but I think staff can do that on their own. I absolutely don't support the committee looking into potential fraud. I saw that on the front page of the presentation. If we do think there's fraud in the past, I don't think it's happening now, but if we do think it happened in the past, we should have an independent third party person. We shouldn't get our neighbors and friends to against each other. And for these reasons, I'd like to make a motion that would dissolve Transparency.
Much more eloquent than me last time.
Discussion? In favor of the motion? Vote. All in favor? Opposed? All right. I will vote with the opposed. So the committee continues.
Well, since I haven't had time to get a nomination in, I would like to motion to people.
Okay, that's fine. Anybody want to? Take a look. Thank you. And let's want to review the nominees. Throw the nominees. All right.
You're gonna have seven nominees come in, and we got openings for 6 on our committee.
We have 8 nominees, I think 6. Yeah, I get my 1 + 2 at large. It's my recollection. And then 6.
Well, then I'd rather have my full.
Yeah.
Comment, once you submit in 3 or 4
Yeah.
more, then you may say, well, no, I don't want you on this one.
Okay. We'll pick that up next. Okay, next item, discussion, consideration, take possible action regarding US 281, inclusive of possible leave routes and related committees. If I know this is yours, I could make a statement beforehand. I got a call earlier today from the regional tech stock director, Joe Mott. And he had an update, which I want to share, and it's actually really promising and encouraging news. They know our interest level and our energy here in getting this relief route secured. They have been able to pull the maneuver to pull together the federal corridor project, which is the big thing going on. Combine that with the relief route study that they've been doing for us, which gives it a lot more traction. It gets them more directly involved. So they had asked me for nominees for a regional, countywide task force, and they're saying we're not going to need anything like that anymore. They're going to directly manage the project, which gives it much faster and a lot more teeth behind it to get more traction on it. So it's a good development, forward progress, and it simplifies it, makes it much more open. They're going to be doing it directly. They wanted to do a workshop this fall, and I pushed them to do it sooner, so we're looking to do them this summer. No details yet, but that's the update on that. So, yeah.
Well, I guess, this 281 project is a concern of me. And the relief route is something that I am supportive of. I'm supportive of the relief route because I think the other alternative is terrible for our town. Our city safety and traffic and everything. But I'm disappointed, and I'm not trying to call you out on this or anything, but I'm disappointed that a relief route was presented by you, Mike, to the state, if I'm not mistaken.
You are mistaken.
Okay.
that we met, and that Warren was in the meeting, that was right when I was first got in office, we met back here. And the team, the crew that outlined the process, and they said they want to, all the feedback they can get, they actually had the community feedback. We had a stack of maps submitted by residents that were sitting in the file at the chamber office, and I asked if I could send them up. I sent them the stuff that had been submitted by citizens, with no editorial comment saying this is what we've got so far. So that's what happened. That's what was done.
Okay.
So there was not, here's what we want at all. There was simply a, the provision of the feedback that had been provided to various sources over the past year.
Okay.
Council members.
It might be a good time for me to interject something. But Councilmember Swenson, please.
Well, I have a copy of the email between TxDOT and the mayor, and I just thought it could be a good time to read it, so you all know what.
Ms. Swenson, you and I are on the same page. Because it's public record, and it is going around the community, and I think it's an important place to start, so we can frame the concerns that I have, and I know other people in the community have. So.
You want me to read it?
Go for it.
Okay, so on June 7th, from Megan Dutton, she works at TxDOT. She says, "Good morning, Mayor Arnold. We are getting an agenda and documents prepared for our meeting with you next Monday. 3 questions for you. One of the items we would like to discuss is previously proposed relief route options. Do you know if the city's task force has put down on paper any alignments that they would be interested in evaluating? If so, could you provide those to us?"
And may I make a note that our task force has identified no routes. They were in the process of identifying historic and environmental features. No routes have been identified.
On June 7th, Mayor Arnold responds, "Hi, thank you for asking. I've spent a couple years working on the relief route concept here locally. This includes a good amount of open feedback from the community as well as in-depth discussion with numerous experts. Yes, there's a logical route that makes sense to pretty much everyone, and we have it fairly well mapped out by a surveyor. I was hoping I could help steer your feasibility study to put emphasis on this one and not waste time and money doing deep dives on ones that we know will be non-starters. Present them as possible alternatives, sure, but I can say with a high degree of certainty that we know what we want and the route appears certainly feasible. Happy to provide this in advance or at the meeting. I'd like to get a handle on the roles of the TxDOT task force versus our local one. My intention is to fully redirect our local one to focus exclusively on City of Blanco issues pertaining to the project, specifically how we can handle traffic in 8 to 10 years before the alternate route is complete and how we wish to best interface with that route. And there's more to that one, but I don't think it's relevant. So Megan Dutton from TxDOT writes, "Thank you, Mayor. I'd love to see the city's national relief route alignment prior to the meeting if possible. We're trying to bring environmental constraints map with us. It'd be great to show you what alignment looks like." And then Mayor Arnold writes, "Here's what we've got, effectively starting at or about Highway 32 on the south and ending just shy of the landing development at the north, running just east of town. This is the most direct route with fewest landowners and almost entirely undeveloped land. I can get this to you in a different file format if you would." Anything you want to add?
Well, sure. So again, I think it's important to say that no route has been identified by the city sanctioned task force. No route has been presented by us to the community. I'm not sure who "we" is. Now, the city certainly hasn't had it surveyed. And I think this is really unfortunate how this has happened. I was contacted by a couple who's here tonight, and they invited me to their very comfortable, modest home on approximately 3 acres that they're planning on retiring. And you know, they presented me with a map. I have a version of it tonight. And that somebody presented to them, and this is the route and the map that the mayor has been pushing. And that we sat at their kitchen table for 2 hours looking at this map, trying to figure out what this proposed route means. It would have gone right through that kitchen table we were sitting at. And they're not alone. there's a whole host of their neighbors, at least a half a dozen. Nobody's been talked to. There has been no robust community engagement because we're not in that process yet. We haven't got anywhere near it. And yet there's a route being floated. And I don't know who we are. I'm sorry, but I don't. Because it didn't come from our city task force, and it didn't come from me as a council person, and it didn't come from me as a citizen. And now we've got all these folks that are wondering what's happening. So, is there a question?
No, I'm sure. I mean, you're making statements, you're asking, questions.
Well, so let me follow up by saying, so I contacted TxDOT. Here, the mayor was speaking with Megan Dunn. I've been speaking to our superior, Heather Ashley Lynn, who's the TxDOT Transportation and Development Director. I made it very clear when I spoke to her that I certainly cannot speak unilaterally for the city because I think that's an issue that we are having. She suggested in our first conversation that TxDOT thinks that it's probably appropriate that we move away from the task force structure, that we were currently going down that road. I spoke to Miss Heather Ashley Lynn again today, and I think this lines up basically with what the mayor was saying. And there's an email, I think, in all of our boxes. She just sent it during the meeting. Couldn't get anybody here, but they put out a statement. I actually haven't read it in its entirety, but I'll read it out loud right now. TxDOT is conducting a study to improve safety and mobility in Blanco County. TxDOT understands there is a great interest in a Blanco relief route. Potential routes have not been identified, and in lieu of establishing a task force, TxDOT plans to hold a public meeting in August where blank maps will be shared to collect your feedback on important areas to consider or avoid. This will ensure the public is involved in every step of the process. We need and look forward to your input. Then it goes on to say ways to stay involved. Stakeholder engagement will be included through workshops, open houses, and other opportunities for input to develop a solution that addresses the needs of this community. The first opportunity will be later this summer, and an email will be sent once a date and location have been selected. Please visit the US 281 Blanco Relief Route Feasibility Study website to keep updated on the progress of the environmental analysis. So that, I think, is where we are today, y'all. For anybody who's concerned that their house might become a highway, there is no relief route that has been identified. We have not started the public process. I know that's not going to completely calm your nerves at this point, but that's just not where we're at.
So a year ago, not quite a year ago, I guess, we did run, we broadly speaking, meaning the Chamber of Commerce when I was on the board of that, on the front page of the newspaper, a blank map fully outlining.
I absolutely remember.
And got well over a dozen good stack of.
I was told 10, but maybe it was a dozen.
I should have caught it.
But I don't think that's a stat.
Well, it's everyone that wanted to submit one submitted one.
I remember when that exercise happened.
Yeah.
And I will say, we have a fine chamber, and I'm a proponent of them, but I did kind of ignore it because it's the Chamber of Commerce. It's not really their purview. It's the city and it's TxDOT. But I hardly think that whether it's 10 or it's 12 respondents is a robust public discussion. Okay. And we are talking about people's homes. Well, not sure. I mean, this is, and so.
So all of those maps that people submitted say the exact same thing. One of them looks like a press. It's an outlier. I can say that for well over a decade, much longer, that TxDOT has been coming down and drawing lines on that. That mirror exactly what every submission from the citizens reflected as well. The one that was digital happened to be submitted digitally, but it was submitted by a citizen as well. And they all said the same thing. I mean, we can talk.
I mean, the public record shows that the one that was submitted digitally was requested by you.
It was, yeah, because he sent it to me in a hard copy or a PDF format, and they wanted it in a digital format. But yeah, it was submitted to me and I have to move forward in a different format. But, so they're all citizen submissions. And I
Well, that feels like it's the public has been circumvented.
No,
It has been usurped, and also the city council has been usurped in this regard. Because it's very important to remember that your authority is derived from the city council.
I understand that. Again, they asked for what feedback we had gotten from the citizens, mirrored with all the feedback that TxDOT's been giving us for over a decade when they come down. I ran into a guy the other day, he said, oh, this, and he pulled it up on his phone, and it was the exact same thing. He said, it's been on my phone for 10 years when TxDOT came and gave that to me. I mean, we can talk in abstract all the time. The first person who suggests a line is gonna be the one that has some stones thrown at him. I'm okay with that, they'll keep throwing them. But the fact is, there are very limited variables here, there's very limited options. And all the feedback that has been submitted today says pretty much the same thing.
10 maps, but you don't have the authority to represent us in that manner.
I forwarded the feedback we got.
I feel like the people of Blanco were misrepresented.
Okay.
You know, 10 maps, that's great, maybe they were all similar, but that's a starting point for
Exactly. That's the idea 100%. So the idea of the conversation with them was that to take those that have been submitted, compile them, put them up, and that's the basis of the public
We
meeting.
never looked at the maps.
The
My
basis
knowledge,
of
I
it.
never thought anything about looking at those maps and people discussing like
That putting those up on, letting people discuss it at that point once it's compiled. The fact is that this route, any way you draw it, unless it's the one we don't want, is entirely outside the city limit. So the council's authority is quite restricted there. We can make suggestions and guidance, but we don't get to dictate it at all. Absolutely.
I'm just gonna say that I walked out of the council meeting and got waylaid or visited with a gentleman and he showed me the map and that's the first time I ever saw it. You know, and I didn't think that was overly appropriate. And I think as we're talking about this, we need to get the county involved in this because all of it runs through the county. And I think we need to get our county involved in it. And maybe possibly, I mean, they're coming to town, maybe prior to that, maybe or post that, maybe we could have the city and county officials sit down and visit with them on one-on-one and try to keep everybody involved and the meetings will have citizens comment as well.
Yes, I know who you are.
My name's Ron Westcott. I live at 1523 Sunset Ridge.
Yes.
I live right down the street from Mr. Corbett. The map that pushed around with your name on it has it going right through my front yard. I moved here in 2004, right after I got back from Iraq, and built a house there. And I've been in and out of the country for so long, trying to keep what I got. And then now I get this information that you put online that you want to run this bypass through our area. And I can tell you, I know the names and I can give to you the people that would benefit from that. And we're not one of them. So I want to know where you get the authority to do something like that, take my house away from me.
I don't have that authority, sir. I didn't draw that map. I forwarded the feedback we received from a number of residents at their request. I forwarded them.
Okay, which residents suggested that it go that way?
Mayor, respectfully suggest that we're not an open meeting here. We have another agenda. It was an open meeting. With all due respect to the citizen, there's an adequate opportunity for him to speak at another time.
Thank you.
And to speak to you after this meeting,
Okay.
not in this open session. No, sir, I'm noticing.
Yeah, sit down, would you?
Sir, that's out of order. He's doing his job. I'm happy to speak with you afterwards. Happy to invite you to my wine with the mayor on Friday. I have not drawn a line on a map. I've forwarded up what a number of citizens had.
Well, none of the citizens have disapproved what your comments to me are.
Okay.
So you're telling me one thing and they're telling me another thing, and I kind of believe them.
Okay, that's your prerogative.
You say you have 10 people who support it.
No, I
There's
didn't,
several people here who
no,
don't.
I didn't say that. But
You did say that, you know.
With all respect to citizens, and as a fellow veteran, I respect this gentleman's point of view. The fellow veteran, I respect his view, you do too.
Absolutely.
This is off agenda and violates the open meeting act. We need to stop.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
I do have one. What is it we're trying to accomplish? What are we looking for here, Mike?
What we're looking for, I want to get involved. I want to have this out before the public and understand, make this back to a team effort for our community. That's what I want to do. I don't think it's an action item. I mean, I think we spoke our piece. And that's the direction I'd like to see this going. I'm here to represent the citizens and I think myself and them have been on.
Do you believe that there's action that we need to take as far as the 12 right now?
No.
Okay. Just give ground.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
We're all trying to serve our constituents. No, we can do what's right, do what's best, and get things done that are good. So we're all doing that. We do it different ways, but I'm gonna keep doing everything I can to make sure it's done in a timely manner and doesn't bulldoze our square. Sorry, Kenneth, it's,
We're not taking public comments at this time.
Okay.
So we have,
We
so
need
we
a motion.
have,
I'm gonna make a motion. We table this and
Process.
revisit it next month. Just get an update on where we are. That's my motion.
do we need a vote on that?
Second that motion.
Okay. You need to take a vote.
motion on the table and a second. All in favor? Okay. Table.
And we need to go back.
You're right, you're in favor of tabling it.
Hold on one second. Moses tabled it and who seconded? Smith? Thank you. Can we go back because, hang on one second. The attorney brought it to my attention on a previous vote. Swenson moved on the nominees for the advisory committees. Councilmember Swenson moved to table and it was seconded by Moses. I don't know if y'all all voted. We took a
Would
vote.
you like us to vote again?
Yes, please.
Did I not second it? Yeah, well, on tabling.
On tabling it.
Oh, yeah, fine.
Swenson moved to table. It was seconded by Moses. Can I get a vote?
All in favor?
All in favor. Thank you. I just wanted to remember.
Appreciate it. Who's doing this Sparks engineering? Okay, moving on.
Good evening, Mayor, council residents. About a week ago or so, myself, Red Martin, who's in charge of the state, and Councilmember Moses, and Smith, who's architect, I discussed the area for the historic district. One of the things we talked about, one of the very first items is the rock wall. So the rock wall, there was a Sparks Engineering, Patrick Sparks Engineering did a report on the rock wall back in 2018, and to do an update of that would be $2,500. The reason why we're bringing that back to you is I think a couple of months ago, there was a discussion of eventually having possibly the Army Corps of Engineers look at fixing the rock wall. But we're moving this forward so that we at least know what the issues are. Even if we do mention it before to take this on, it's still part of the Sparks Engineering. So this request came from myself and came from Councilman Moses to approve $2,500 to update that report.
That would make it something, if I recall reading the report, not only is the report is plans and budgets done.
It does, and it would be an update. We've spoken to the engineer and just get a quick update. And we're gonna need that anyway. The city or still need that update.
That's a document we can take to, that's a document we can take to a concept.
Yes. You agree with that? Yes, sir.
Okay. Rockwell, any questions?
Did you want to?
I will. I make a motion to approve new item business number 6, approve the, Parks Engineering update for $2,500.
Yeah. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Okay. And number 7, I've been advised we can bump that to executive session. We can bring that back out. Session. So we're going to close the regular meeting.